Test, test, test. I think it looks great. Test, test, test.
Kiana Huerta and Matthew Chavez, group documentary on, tell me what you're, and his downdraft theory. Congratulations. Aiden McNeil, individual documentary on Billie Holiday's song Strange Fruit. Micah Rocha going as an alternate for her individual documentary on Denise Gage. Congratulations. And the sponsor isn't here. I know one of the staff members is here. You want to stand? Congratulations. Thanks. So the district will be helping support both of these programs as they travel to the national competition.
We want to take a picture with the groups.
Sure. You want them to stand?
Yeah, they can stand. We can take pictures.
Stand in the front here?
Yeah, right here in the front. We'll start with Skills USA. Well, if you'll just stand right here, we'll just take a picture. Yeah, we can take one.
This one is just stand along here facing this way.
The boys can't be in front of me.
You stand on the stairs.
They've been taller than me since 7th grade.
Yeah, we're gonna get the board in there too, so I think you guys, I think it looks pretty
No,
good.
no, no.
Okay.
Go ahead and
You
get
guys
it.
are
Go
You
ahead.
guys are in the center of attention.
Yeah.
We'll just poke our head between.
Yeah.
There you go. And board, if you wanna scoot in just a little, this, a little bit more this way. And then there you go.
Okay.
You want to get in there?
Thank you.
Good luck.
Congratulations.
National History Day. National History Day.
It's been pronounced all your guys' names this year. Good job.
My last name was pronounced Perula.
It's kind of weird. Should we get up there with them and kind of be on the outside of them and be in the middle?
I think that's okay. We'll take Daniel over here. Daniel, you're taller than me. I'll take over here. He's- Smile, geez.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
See all the notes I had on here?
Okay,
Left it over there.
thank you and good luck. And I'm so proud to see you all active and involved in different clubs and activities. So we'll move on to item F, student presentation.
Ms. Martinez, are your students ready?
Hi, my name is Brianna Martin. I am the third grade teacher here at Hurley. Most of you guys know me as Bree. Me and my kids have really been focusing on writing this past year. As a district, we pushed for it, which is, why we're pushing for new curriculum. Not only is writing something that we do weekly, we've been working on larger projects. So as a class, we have been working on this for, I'd say, about 6 weeks. My students picked out level text based on their DRA and STAR testing as well as AR. In that text, they gathered facts and information that pertain to them. From there, they picked things that interest them, and we took to researching. This was a great time for them to learn about the practices of good internet safety as well as .gov, .com, finding those things that are factual versus what is just put on the internet, as we know. From there, my students did a rough draft on paper. We did peer review edits and then a final type draft. For fun and to keep it interesting with my kids, they created PowerPoints based on the information that they found. And today I have 3 lovely students who are going to share some of the information that they found throughout their informational essays. We actually even started our second informational essay last week after NUMASA testing. This one I've given them a little free rein. They've decided subjects that interest them, not from text, but actually in real life. So we have some interesting ones from Fortnite to the short-nosed bear to black bear. So the kids are really getting excited about it, and they are going to do not only just PowerPoints, but they're going to create actually videos with talk-to-speech text on their next informational essays. So on that note, I am going to go ahead and turn this over to my first student, Miss Arabella Torres, who is going to share with you, go to the beginning there, what she found about a holiday.
Hi, my name is Arabella, and I'm going to present to you Diwali. First of all, Diwali is celebrated on October 24th on another other days through the year. Also, Diwali is the Indian festival where they celebrate light over darkness. Third Diwali is also celebrated on Sunday, November 12th, when they clean their kitchen.
Next up, we have Xavier Garcia.
I will be presenting you guys today on St. Bernard's. St. Bernard's, they saved over 2,000 people from frostbite. St. Bernard's will keep you safe from people and when traveling. Fact 1, they do not actually wear barrels. St. Bernards are rescue dogs. St. Bernards are soft.
Okay, Miguel Chavarri. Yeah.
Blue whales. Slow. A blue whale's belly button is the size of a plate. Blue whales eat 500 pounds of krill a day. Blue whales are an endangered species. Blue whales migrate 5,000 miles a year. Blue whales are the size of 3 buses. Blue whales are 40 to 50 feet long.
So as you guys can see, they worked really hard on them to teach third graders not only PowerPoint, but Google Slides, as well as transitions and pictures. it kind of made that learning experience fun for them. So I'm really excited to see what they have planned next for their informational essay, and then taking it to something that again grabs their attention and they're able to apply it. So thank you, and thank you, my three. Oh. Once they did complete these presentations before presenting to all of you, they actually presented to every class here in the school to again get that practice with presenting to a crowd, to presenting to people, as well as just talking up and making eye contact. We also had the upper grades fill out rubrics, again giving them that positive feedback or feedback that supports them throughout their educational journey. So we tried to kind of encompass everybody that was involved with this, as well as, again, we know that students learn best when they teach each other. And that's what a lot of my kids, I think, got out of this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. That was really great. Good job, guys. Okay, so that moves us on to item G, Students of the Month presentation.
I'd like to invite your president of Cobre Key Club and soon-to-be fellow Aquanian with us. And when she does, she will be the one doing this at the school boarding meeting. Then when she becomes a true Kiwanian. She's already volunteered for that.
Good, I'm glad.
Saying that, you want to read the first one from Snell?
Oh, I'd
I'm
love
glad I
to.
don't have to read them.
So I actually went to Cobre, Hurley Elementary. I live here in Snell.
Councilman Hurley.
I know, yeah. So this is for Snell, Student of the Month. Snell Middle School has chosen Edna Araiza as the April Student of the Month. Miss Escobedo says Eden is a remarkable young man. He is always so kind to me and others. If he sees that I'm struggling to do something, he always offers to help with a smile. He has a positive attitude. He's not only friendly, but he's compassionate and generous. He is a great role model for young and old alike.
He's not here. Okay, Cobre High senior Sydney Hardy has been nominated as the April Student of the Month at Cobre High School. She carries an excellent cumulative grade point average above a 3.5. Sydney has enrolled in several honors classes, ensuring that she gets excellent grades. She always works very hard to make sure she is academically challenged and always looking for new and exciting endeavors, as did other students. Sydney enrolled and participated in the National History Day competition and did an excellent job. Recently competing at state in Albuquerque. Sydney is a great student and a great young lady. She's very respectful and all teachers enjoy having her in class. She is well deserving of this recognition. Is she here? Come on, stay up here for a picture. Is somebody here from Snell that we can give this?
Congratulations.
Wait a minute. Did you get it?
Yeah.
Is somebody here from Snell
I
that
don't
can
think
give
so.
this package? All right. And you notice we actually, even though we do silver, schools do, when I ordered the pens, I made sure Cobre gets black and red and silver, and they didn't do that before, so.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
See you later.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I really enjoy when the students come to the board meetings and getting to see everything that they're achieving and doing. So thank you guys your hard work does not go unnoticed. So that moves us on to item 2, public input on agenda items. Do we have any public input on agenda items? Oh, you sure you don't want to talk? Okay, that moves us on to 3 action items. A, approval of agenda items.
Board President and board members, I recommend that we move item 6, the student representative report, to right after 3A. And that we table 3I for a special board meeting.
Okay, are there any other changes? Okay, you heard the recommendation.
I move that we make the changes as mentioned, moving item 6 to 3A and tabling item 3L for the next meeting.
3I.
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 I'm sorry, 3I.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So that moves on to 6, student representatives report.
Good afternoon, board members, Madam President, and Superintendent Spiletta. So we actually have quite a bit going on this week. So first, this past weekend, band ended up placing 3rd in their state competition. NHD is going to Washington for nationals. Skills is also going to Maryland for nationals. Then graduation is on its way. It will be taking place outside. State track will be May 6th and 5th and 6th. Then softball state and baseball state will be taking place May 10th through the 13th. Then MAPS testing is starting this week. Then prom will be the 29th of April, it will be going on from 8 to 12. And then MESA is going on a trip to El Paso, May 10th. And for the student of the month, they are going to be having a breakfast on May 4th.
How about your part of first place?
First place.
Did your team get first place?
Oh, the girls team? Yes, sir. That was for state. That was in April. Yeah.
We haven't had a meeting since then, I don't think.
Oh, I thought I actually reported on that we ended up placing first. Oh, no, I didn't. Yeah, the girls, it was 3A through 4A, I believe, ended up placing first, the Cobre High School girls for powerlifting.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Well, I'm so proud of all our strong women here in our district. I appreciate you guys.
Right, it was amazing and so fun. It was great to see. Especially congratulations to Aniela Teas because she got first in her weight and she did amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that moves us on to 3B, approval of regular board meeting minutes of February 27th, 2023.
Madam President, I move for approval of the regular board meeting minutes of February 27th.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay. Discussion. Okay, seeing that there is no discussion, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. That moves us on to item C, approval of regular board meeting minutes of March 27th, 2023.
Madam President, I move for approval of the regular board meeting minutes of March 27th.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
Okay, there's a first and a second. Any discussion? No, seeing that there is no discussion, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. That moves us on to 3D, approval of MOU with City of Bayard for field use.
Madam President and board members, in your packet, there's a revised agreement with the city of Bayard for the softball field. We've made the changes that were suggested from our lawyer. Is there any questions about the agreement? I recommend that we approve the MOU with the city of Bayard for the softball field use.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion for approval of the MOU with the City of Bayard for field use.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, and discussion.
Just that I think this is going to be great for the kids to be able to use that field and the Little League to have access to it and maybe do some much needed upgrades to it.
Any further discussion? Okay, so we'll go ahead and call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. That moves us on to item E, approval of curriculum adoptions.
In your packet, there's a summary of the curriculums that we reviewed at the last board meeting. I recommend that we approve the new curriculums.
Madam President, I move for approval of curriculum adoptions.
I second.
Okay, we have a first and a second discussion.
I'd like to just say thank you for all the work that's done in the central office as well as out in the schools. That was a very impressive presentation last meeting, and this is monumental change for the district. Thank you very much.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and do a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. That moves us on to item F, approval of 2023-2024 school calendar.
Madam President and board members, in your packet, there's a selection of calendar A, and I'll let Ms. Chavita do a summary of the calendar.
Could you use your mic? Thank you.
Okay. It keeps turning on. Oh, it's on now. Okay. So this year we had several mandates that came down from the PED. One, which is increasing the hours to 1,140 hours, instructional hours. Also mandated we cannot go lower than the days that we went last year. Okay, so that's one mandate that people forget to talk about. And then the third is the days, 100, we cannot go lower than 155 days. We wouldn't go that way anyway, because we can't go lower than the days we did last year. But if you do 155 times 7.25 hours, that's the amount of time that we're in school. You need to minus the days, the amount of time that we're at lunch. So it's 7.25 hours of instruction. So if you do 7.25 times 155, we don't even meet the 1,140 hours that way anyway. So PED was nice to us this year and gave us a gift in which it gets a little complicated, that we can use those PD days and parent conference days as instructional hours. In the past, that was not the case. Now, then it gets even a little more confusing because they're being really nice to elementaries and they're saying, okay, elementaries, you can use 6 of those days, but high school, you can only use 4 of those days. See what I'm saying? So so we decided, I talked to Dr. Spalletta, and we're gonna go on the same schedule. So we are going above and beyond in the elementary on the instructional hours. So there's a template that you need to fill out, and it gets turned into the PED, and then they approve it. And that calculates how much time you're going over. And as we surveyed the teachers still want some additional compensation for those programs. So they took off the program of ELTP, right? And they're now doing K-12 plus only. So I thought, well, let's see how I can fit that in. They said, you know what, we'll do it, but we don't want to go above and beyond 20 days to get it in there. So I did the template and I was able to get us into that tier 1. So there's a tier 1 and there's a tier 2. I know this means nothing really, and that's all about funding. So we were able to get in tier 1 for 10 days for the elementary and 3 days in tier 2. Tier 2, we get a little extra funding. And then we have 10 days for the high school and 1 day for the tier 2, right? Because they lose those 2 days for PD. So when it comes down to it, Dr. Spalletta said, don't get complicated on this. He said, Mrs. Chavita, just state the facts. And it's hard to state the facts because it is, like I said, it's complicated this year. So what it came down to, because we can use 4 PD days, or really 6 PD days in the elementary, that we are working, the teachers are working 168 contract days. Okay. Last year, teachers worked 175 contract days. And the students are attending school 162 days. Okay. And all the teachers, the majority of teachers, we gave them 3 choices, choice A, B, and C. The majority voted for calendar A. And that's the one you see in front of you. Any other questions?
I do have a question.
Yes.
ELTP, I thought once the district did it that one first trial year, they were kind of stuck doing it. So is that not the case
Yeah,
anymore, that they don't have to do ELTP
Right, they
anymore?
took that program, they pretty much consolidated both ELTP and K-12 plus this year. So now they don't call it ELTP, they call it K-12 plus.
I guess I have another question.
Yeah,
The students are doing 162 days.
Mhm.
That's K through 12,
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
Mhm.
That times 7.25 puts you at 1174. Is that
Mhm.
because of the K-12 plus is the extra 34 hours, instructional hours?
That's a little bit over, yes. I would have to do my math again, but yeah, if you can times it by, what did we say? 162 times 7.25?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, that will go into the K-12 plus portion.
Okay.
Because if you really think about it, we're going 6 days, we're going 3, 4, 6 days over, right?
Mhm.
And in the template, it shows that we're going 10 days over and really 13 days over in the template.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mrs. Chavita? Well, thank you for doing this school calendar. Appreciate it. Have a recommendation?
I recommend that we approve the calendar provided, calendar A.
Madam President, I move for approval of the 2023, 2024 school calendar.
Second.
Any discussion?
Just a thank you to Ms. Chavita. And Dr. Spalletta said she has spent lots and lots of time on this, so thank you.
I want to echo that. I went to the New Mexico School Business Officers Officials Conference. It is very complex. It is very complex. It is very strenuous. And that's greatly appreciated for both of you to coordinate that and you especially for carrying it out.
Okay, any further discussion? No? Okay, we'll go ahead and do a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. That moves us on to item G, approval of staff dress code policy change, second reading.
Madam President and board members, in your packet is the staff dress code revisions that was presented at the previous board meeting. I recommend that we approve the changed policy. I haven't received any comments about it either.
Madam President, I move for approval of the staff dress code policy change, second reading.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second discussion.
I have a couple comments. Was the policy posted on our website for the amount of time because the policy service was not available during a lot of that time?
I requested the IT department to put it on there. I'm not sure if it was or not, though.
It was on our website, so it wasn't on the policy website.
Okay. And the other part too is when we went to the regional conference, there was information about the requirements for the public input in the process. And are we saying that putting it on the website was the public input, or are we saying they can participate in the formulation?
Well, I think having it posted on the Cobre website and asking for feedback would be part of them helping formulate it if they had feedback.
Okay, so it differs from what had been done previously. To say it's not in compliance, I can't say that. But I would hope that the invitation would be so that they can discuss during the process of formulation rather than after the fact.
Well, I think that's the point of having the first and second reading is to have feedback to change the wording if need be.
The formulation shouldn't be unilateral, one person doing it. The formulation should be with participation also of school staff and management. And I'm hoping that that goes forward.
I guess I'm unclear as how school staff wasn't invited to participate if it was posted on the website and they could give feedback.
Because we usually have a committee. It's usually done by committee with representation of those that are most affected by it being present and in the discussion of the formulation.
Okay, I did include Aaron Lewis with the initial draft. I sent it to him weeks ago, and I feel that posting it on the public website allows for people who perhaps couldn't make a committee meeting to provide input on the policy.
And no other staff. Now,
And
I'd
staff
rather
could
not-
look at it
I'd rather
too,
not
and
belabor it
also.
here. I think we should look at it at some other point as to what it is that's required.
Any further discussion?
Maybe coming up with an avenue that's not so burdensome on some people, committee meetings. I know as a teacher, staff members, we're already in school a long day, and it's adding another thing for our administrative staff to do this. So maybe coming up with a different avenue to have the public a part of the process. That's just my suggestion and recommendation.
I suppose as a suggestion, there could be survey as to what people find acceptable.
Thank you. That's a good idea. Any further discussion? Seeing that there is no further discussion, we'll go ahead and call it for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. That moves us on to item H, approval of the superintendent to apply for new high school funding.
Madam President and board members, we discussed previously in our facilities plan that a new high school building would be a priority. So after attending the School Business Officials Conference and speaking to the Public School Facilities Authority, I would like to get permission to apply for funding for a new high school. So right now, we're currently, the funding works with local and state funds. Currently, we're at 83% that we would have to pay. With House Bill 131, a third of that's taken off, so it would be about 55% that we would have to pay. In July, that number will change and be adjusted, so hopefully that number will go down. It may go up or down in July that we have to pay. Our mill is currently 9.59. So if we bring that up to 10, we can request a waiver that pays for the difference that we can't actually pay ourselves. So they're going to be doing a site visit before June to talk about next steps in the process, but I guess I'm asking for approval to apply for this.
Madam President, I move for approval for the superintendent to apply for new high school funding.
Okay, you heard a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it. I'll second it.
Okay, discussion?
This would probably be a good time to get a hold of our bond counsel, and that would be to discuss what the process is to raise it to that level.
I think Frank can probably add a little bit to this. I think there's a way besides actually going out to the public to get, to raise the mill.
There's two ways that you could achieve this. One way was to go before the voters and issue general obligation bonds enough to bring our rate up to the 10 mills. The other way would be right now the district is going to issue this upcoming year the educational technology bonds, and that does not require voter approval. That just, it goes before the board, and the board can impose that tax upon the taxpayers. And that would be the other second method of generating those mills needed to bring us to 10 mills. So those are the two options.
I have a question. The technology mode that you're talking about right now, would that be able to go for bricks and mortar?
It could go for technology infrastructure. It's just what that will do is it'll bring our tax rate up to above 10 mills where it needs to be in order to qualify for this funding.
But the funding that we generate from that would be limited to technology. It wouldn't be
Yes.
for bricks and mortar.
Right. Just technology, and that's it. Everything that's outlined in the guidelines for educational technology,
Yeah.
that is what it could be spent on.
So
But Mr. Ryan, wouldn't that get us to the 10 mil
Yes.
in order for this other project?
Yes, that
Is that
would.
correct?
Yes.
To
Okay.
get the waiver.
for the waiver, but does that obligate those funds for any portion of the construction?
No, these funds could only be used for educational technology.
No. I understand that, but if we're going to get the waiver for it based on the raising of the tax to the 10 mills, then isn't there any expectation that the funding generated from that would be used to offset our portion of that cost for the building of the schools.
I'm not familiar with that part. I know you've been working on it with PSCOC.
I'm not sure about, that's a good question to ask.
That we should at bond council.
You're right. You know, the district did do this before. I think it was in about, probably I believe about 2007. The district, in order to, some of the building projects we had going on at the time to qualify for the participation funding, we had to be over a certain mill. And we did do this. We did it we issued educational technology bonds, and it did bring us over the threshold required, and the district qualified for the funding to renovate all these elementary schools.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? No? Okay, so we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign.
They said roll call.
Did I say roll call?
Mhm.
Okay, not a roll call, just a general. And it seems it passed. Sorry, I didn't hear myself say that. So that moves us on to item J, approval of 2023-2024 stipends.
Madam President, I just got a text from a teacher saying that she didn't even know what the dress code policy was and that their understanding was that we would read it tonight.
Oh, we
Can-
could read it.
Can we do that?
Sure. Let me pull it up. Okay, so the staff dress code, the Cobre Board of Education believes that student and community respect for school and school employees is highly important to having a successful school system. One of the factors leading to that respect is the manner in which employees dress while on duty and thus present themselves to our students and community. Accordingly, the board expects all employees to dress for work in an acceptable manner. We will be striking this language. We will be striking the language that says specifically, this means that with the exception of custodial and maintenance personnel and physical education, the following attire will be considered appropriate. So we're scratching that. And then it says that does not interfere with the educational environment and as directed by administrators or supervisors. We are scratching where it says men have to wear pants, including presentable jeans and shirts with collars. We're scratching that women have to wear dresses, skirts, or pants, including presentable jeans with blouses. And we are scratching where it says wearing t-shirts, sweatshirts, jogging suits, shorts, and the like is to be reserved for special spirit days declared at the individual school or district level. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that moves us on to item J, approval of 2023-2024 stipends.
Madam President and board members, the Finance Committee has worked hard on several schedules. One of those is the stipend schedule. In your packet, there's an updated stipend schedule, 2023-2024 school year. I recommend that we approve the stipend schedule. And actually, the second page is the coaches stipend schedule. That's been revised also. The revised schedule for coaches is more equitable and compares to some of our neighboring districts as far as pay.
Madam President, I move for approval of the 2023-2024 stipends.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second discussion.
I'd just like to echo that there was a lot of work put into developing the stipend schedule. As Dr. Spalletta stated, We looked at neighboring districts. Especially for athletics, it was really not equitable for women's sports and the men's sports, or the boys' sports and the girls' sports. So we're glad that we're able to do that. And then compensating teachers, for department chairs, SAT chairs. So a lot of work was put into this. And I move for the approval.
And I'll second it.
We already had we
sorry.
had it first and second. Any more discussion? Okay, so we'll go ahead and move to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. That moves us on to item K, approval of budget increase, student transportation.
Madam President, I move for approval of the budget increase for student transportation.
Second,
Second.
okay, discussion.
I believe this was for a bus, a new bus, or we're paying back the
Yes,
transportation.
This is a new bus that's being added to one of our transportation contractors' fleet. And this money just flows through the district from PED to the contractor.
And this did go through finance? the
Yes.
Finance Committee? Okay. Okay. Any further questions, discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. That moves us on to L, approval of initial budget, REC District Fiscal Agent.
Madam President, I move for approval of initial budget, REC District Fiscal Agent.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
This budget is to put a budget in place for Educator Fellows Program that we've been implemented this year.
And this did come before finance.
Any other further discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. Item M, approval of initial budget, private direct grants.
Madam President, I move for approval of the initial budget, private direct grants. And this did go before Finance Committee as well.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
This grant is from, the district received a grant from the Freeport McMoran Foundation in order to implement a welding program at the middle school. And this is putting a budget in place for those grant funds.
Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. That moves us on to item N, approval of initial budget SB 9 state match.
Madam President, I move to approve the initial budget SB-9 state match.
I'll second.
Okay, discussion.
This grant, is funding from PED in order to, they match part of our Senate Bill 9 taxes. They guarantee a $35 per student expenditure. And if our taxes don't generate that, what they do, they kick in the difference, which is what this is right here, the $68,757.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. That moves us on to item O, approval of increase career technical education program.
Madam President, I move to approve the increase of career technical education program.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Terrazas. Discussion.
And once again, this was discussed in our finance committee meeting. And this is an increase of $760, which was PED made a final allocation for the program for this year. And it brings it, originally we had an allocation of $6,000. They awarded us an additional $760, bringing the total up to $6,760.
Any questions or further discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, that leaves us to P, approval of bills.
Madam President, I move that we approve the bills.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Terrazas. Okay, discussion.
This did come before finance. And so there was questions about Calian Corp. And they're installing a new phone system for the district. iBoss was another one that we asked questions about in finance, and that was for our malware software. And then Sunrays Heating and Cooling, they just put an HVAC in the high school cafeteria. Is that correct, Mr. Ryan?
That's right.
Yes, correct.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing that there is no further discussion, we'll go ahead and do a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. Q, approval of Q1 financial report.
Those reports were included in your packet. Does anybody have any questions on them?
Just a note for next time. I didn't get these electronically through the main packet. If we could just.
Hmm.
I don't know how that.
I think we ran out of time.
Okay. Just suggestion. Thank you.
Did it come to the finance office, right?
Yes, they went before the finance committee also already.
Okay, I've just.
Yeah.
You had identified an error in terms of the cash available at the beginning of the year.
Yes, I
How was
did.
that reconciled?
Well, I'm gonna let the auditors deal with that. I'll let them make a decision how they want to handle it.
And that's still at the $1.7 million?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what, but I'll let the auditors make their decision on how they want to proceed.
And that'll be and they started on the regular audit?
They're still
last
working
year?
on the special audit right now.
Thank you.
Madam President, I move for approval of Q1 financial report.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. Item R, approval of Q2 financial report.
Okay, same thing on that. That was included in the packets. It was discussed in the finance committee and it was reviewed. Any questions on it?
Mr. Ryan, what meeting was this the finance. I'm not remembering quarter two.
Mhm. I'd have to look back at our agendas, but it was probably in our audit, because I know in our audit committee meeting, we did discuss these.
We didn't receive any data.
Yeah. Okay, we'd have to look back at the agenda of the, because I know we did have it on the audit committee. It was on the last agenda of
We
that
did
one.
have it on the audit committee, but there was no data provided.
Okay,
And I don't remember for finance
no,
that we reviewed quarter two. I remember quarter one.
yeah, I think it's been a while. I'd have to go back and check our agendas, but if not, we could revisit this item.
So, Madam President, I move that we table it until we can find out. Because I'm not remembering that it was brought to finance.
Okay.
So I move that we table quarter two financial report.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All those, when do you want to table it? Can we have a date to bring it up? Maybe the next board meeting?
I'd like to table it until after we have our next finance.
Have a special on Monday. Finance meeting. Cover it then, I guess.
So after talking with Dr. Spalletta, we're gonna have a special finance meeting on Monday. So
A
Well,
special
actually, I'm
finance
sorry.
meeting?
I'm sorry.
we're doing finance and then the
Yeah.
special board meeting.
Yeah, can we do both of them?
Okay. So we'll table it till next Monday. Okay. Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. That moves us on to item 4, Finance Committee Report.
So, Madam President, we had a finance meeting today, right before the board meeting. We've been putting a lot of work into the salary schedule for all positions. That's really come a long way. We started from basically scratch, so making the salary schedules. As I mentioned earlier, the updated stipend list. We reviewed the bills. We talked about 2 new positions, crossing guards and security guard. We didn't quite make it through the rest of our agenda, but we're going to be looking at the bond projects, plan for safety cameras, the spring budget conference update, and budget transfers. That concludes my finance committee report.
Thank you. Okay, that moves us on to 5, Superintendent's Report A, Union President. Hi.
How's everybody doing today?
Good, how are you?
Good. So we just had our ratification meeting in order to ratify the contract for the next few years. Where we stand with it is we ratified it, but there's still some major concerns we have on our half with it. Number one is when we negotiated this contract, the state was in negotiations for giving us free, where they were going to cover all of our insurance benefits. And so we did not discuss insurance benefits at all during the negotiations, waiting to see what the state's response was. Most teachers do not feel that the state's response to insurance was equitable, because we're going to see people who are at the level 3 who have worked very hard and have put in a lot of years of experience and stuff. And we're going to see that some of those people are actually going to have less take-home pay than people who are level 2 teachers because of the insurance benefit and the way it affects people. And so insurance benefits is one thing we would like to talk about in the future. Another thing that came up is there's been a lot of violations of the duty schedule There have been schools allowing students to come into the building before 7:30 in the morning, which is which is the teacher's report time. And if the school is going to allow students into the building before teachers report to school, then it is your administrator or it is your guys' responsibility in order to monitor and make sure the safety of those kids is adhered to, not the teacher's responsibility. Um, we looked at the retirement. When we retire, if we have 120 days of sick leave, we were getting awarded $1,000 at the end of that. We did bump it up to 2,500, which I still think is which is a good increase over what it was in the past. But personally, I still think it's kind of not up to par for somebody who has shown up to work that frequently and has that many days of sick leave available. 2,500 is paying for about 4 of them for a level 3 teacher, maybe 6 of them for a level 2 teacher, and maybe 10 of them for a level 1 teacher. But level 1 teachers don't have retirement. So another thing, and then I spoke with Dr. Spillett about this. We have some employees who are at the max with their sick leave at the 180 days. And I would like to see some kind of an incentive program made for those employees who are carrying the 180 days from year to year because they are not taking sick leave. We actually had a couple of teachers who were up at 300 plus days of sick leave this year. It was brought down to 180 as that's the school board policy. Not sure how it got up to 300, but it did get up to there. But the employees lost essentially all that sick leave and were not notified, were not informed of why it happened or any of the processes that happened. And I think we need to have an incentive program for those people who do show up to work all the time. And maybe it'll help encourage some other people to better their attendance. I would like to make a formal request that there are no after-school meetings on the second Tuesday of each month because my union meetings keep getting interrupted with staff meetings and I am unable to communicate with my bargaining unit. So I would like the second Tuesday of each month to be reserved for that. We have gotten our steelworkers the steelworkers union in contact with our non-certified staff, so they should be presenting a request for negotiations of their contract soon. And then the last thing is the states. I got the second to last thing, the dress code memo. I didn't realize I was supposed to share that with everybody. I thought that went out to everybody, and so I didn't share it because I'm like, that makes sense. So I dress that way. So I didn't share it with anybody else. So that is my fault, and I'm sorry for that. I do have some questions concerning the calendar for next year because our collective bargaining says that we are going to work a 165-day contract. I've heard that. So the way we've gotten around that is we're going to call it a 158-day contract with 10 days of K-12 plus. And if that's correct, then the employees need to be paid for the 158 days is their standard contract. I'm hoping that that's the assumption. And then the 10 days is going to be extra pay on that contract. I'm not sure how that all works yet, but because of the way that the state put the requirements on that calendar being pushed through so quickly, and that had to be to them by the 14th, the union feels really kind of slighted as far as us being able to meet and communicate as a group. We understand the reasoning behind it. We understand that we would be probably in agreement with it. What we're disappointed with is that the state's pushing that date up so fast that we as a union were unable to have any discussions and have our voices actually heard, which we believe is the purpose of a union. Any questions?
So the contract now is been completed?
The ratification of it
No, the contract, the text itself.
for this collective bargaining agreement.
Yes.
Yes, you guys should have your copies too. You guys all should have been able to look at it. Your bargaining team should have presented it to you, and you guys should be looking at ratifying your end of it.
Can you?
I'll get that to everybody. I
Thank
don't know
you.
that I have the most up-to-date one.
Mr. Ryan has the most up-to-date one.
Mr. Lewis, what kind of incentive program were you thinking for the 180 days of sick leave?
I think something, I'm not really sure of what to do for it, but I think something to honor the fact that like, and I know none of them would be okay with like taking a day off of work because that's kind of against their principles, which is why they have that many sick leave days. I don't know if it could be a monetary incentive. I don't know if it should be a, like a gift card incentive. Something to say that like, thank you for showing up to work and holding on to your sick leave for the district.
All right, thank you.
And I'd like to echo or piggyback off what Mrs. Begay said about, I do think we should reward those teachers who have accumulated so much sick leave because a substitute teacher costs us how much? $100 a day at least, if
Well,
not more. And then, so if there's basically saving the district that money, I think there's room for giving them the financial benefits. of
They're
it.
saving you money and they are also providing the best education for kids
Yes.
because there is no way that a substitute provides a better education for a kid than a licensed individual
I
does.
fully support that.
Anybody else?
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Lewis.
you.
Thank you all. You have a great evening.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you.
Okay. So that moves us on to post-entry plan.
So as part of the reorganization, as you know, many of the administrators district and a few building administrators had to reapply for their positions. We've held the majority of those interviews and hired or offered all but one position, and we'll have another interview tomorrow for the final position. So all those positions will be filled this week.
Just want to express my gratitude for the amount of hours you're spending going through this, being absent, especially absent an HR department or person. It is a significant impact in terms of the perception that there's all these vacancies that may not get filled. It's very reassuring to hear that you're in the process of getting the bulk of those filled at this time.
I feel like, and I think Ms. Chavita and I and Mr. Corey went through all the vacancies today. I think within the next week, all of our vacancies across the district should be filled,
That's incredible.
classified, certified, and administrators.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And for Mr. Corey.
Okay. That moves us on to C.
Ms. Chavita, would you like to talk about the teacher, staff, staff of the year and the retirement banquet?
So we have narrowed down our Teacher of the Year candidates. I'm sure you saw the process. I got some feedback from Gabby, so thank you, Gabby, for helping me get started with this. So what we did is we sent out a survey to the community and also to all the staff. They had about 3 weeks to respond. We wanted to make sure they had plenty of time. And most of the schools did, for their staff, they did the survey during a PLC time. And then what happened after that is all the responses came to me. I then printed them all off. And I had the community folder and then I had a staff folder. I brought the principals in and I showed them all of the nominations. And then from there, we made a decision. And so we will be having a banquet, and you have your invitation in front of you. And it will be at the Murray Hotel. And it will be on April the 30th from 6 to 8. And we've decided to honor our retirees as well. We have 6 retirees, and we will be recognizing those 6 teachers from each school and the 6 classified members from each school. Now, all those 12 members, the 6 teachers and 6 classified, came for an interview process. And we had 5 people in the interview to narrow it down to our candidate to represent the Cobre School District. We had a member of the board, thank you, Mr. Terrazas. And then we had Dr. Spalletta and I, and Sharon Miller, and one more, a member of the community, David. I forgot his name. Someone from the community. It was a good cross representation from the school for the school district and the community. So we narrowed it down. We made our decision, and we are excited to announce the winner at the banquet. And we will be using Y&J Events. They will be catering the food for us at the Murray Hotel. The Murray does not cook over there, so they will be bringing in the food. They will also be doing the decorating. And most of about $2,000 of the budget, again, let's go back to how we received the funding. We did receive $5,000 from Freeport McMoran for the Teacher of the Year banquet. Of that, about 2,500 will be going towards plaques and a beautiful little golden apple for everyone. And then the 2,000, a little over 2,000 will be going towards food and decoration. And also we're hiring a photographer, Pieces of Life. And I think that's it. We're excited, and I hope you can join us. You have an invite. And I know I have one RSVP. Thank you, Serena, for RSVPing. And just let me know if you will be attending, because I do need to get in the number of people who will be eating that night to Y&G. So just let me know by the 30th. Thank you.
The other member was Mr. Robert Padilla.
There you go, Mr. Robert Padilla. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coordinating that. That moves us on to D, strategic planning.
Just wanted to remind everyone, if you forgot, this Saturday is our strategic planning meeting with CES, David, from 9 to 4 at the district office. So we'll work on the next steps for our strategic plan.
Okay, Spring State Fire Marshal report.
So in your packet is a state fire marshal report. It's only about 30 pages long. As if you remember back in June when I first started, it was over 100 pages long. So we've made tremendous progress. Still have a lot of work to do, but the maintenance department has worked hard to get a lot of the fire code violations fixed. So we're working with each school, with the principal, to identify things that can be fixed in their school from this list. So hopefully when they come again, we'll be more improved on getting those things fixed.
Okay. Any questions about the fire marshal report?
I said one quick question. There was one from Snell. It was correct immediately. It was the fire alarm. And so I was just making sure that was done.
Well, we've got a problem with our dialers at a couple of the schools, and I think that's what it is. So I'm just waiting for a quote right now so we can fix it. They seem to have gotten worse the last couple of weeks. I've gotten calls at 1 a.m. at least 2 weeks straight. I think the principals have too. So it's something with the dialer system, and I don't have a quote yet. I'm just waiting for maintenance to get a quote to fix that.
That was the only
The fire alarms work, but there's something goes off every night at about 1 a.m. at several campuses.
Lovely. Okay, that goes on to Summerfest.
So in your packet is an updated flyer for Summerfest. We have a pretty big goal to have 150 booths this year, 25 food vendors, 25 games, and even a carnival. So we're working hard to meet those goals. I think right now we're over 40 to 45 booths, and we have several food vendors. And we've had a lot of new people that have been participating in the planning for Summerfest. So I think it's going to be a great event again. And the theme for next year is the best is yet to come.
That moves us on to Human Resources, Job Fairs Report.
So we've gone to a couple job fairs. That's why we've been able to get a few of our positions filled. Eastern New Mexico University, I went there and we had 15 applicants interview. Our job fair, we had 60, maybe a little bit more than 60 attend our job fair a few weeks ago. The University of New Mexico one, we had about 20 applicants apply. And then today, Mr. Corey is in Las Cruces at the job fair there. And we have one more in El Paso on Friday. So we've been able to have quite a few interviews with people from all over the state.
Okay, that goes on to Special Audit.
So as you remember, the special audit, they actually came and spent about 2 weeks in our building. We still have a list of things that we're working on to get to the auditors for the special audit. I think we're making progress. The list is not as long as it was. They have quite a few documents from us. Hopefully we can get that done soon so they can start the regular audit. I did meet the state auditor at the budget meeting and to take a picture with him. And he said, well, by the way, what about your audit? So he does know that we need to turn in our regular audit soon too, but I let him know the circumstances.
Okay, do we have a timeline when the special audit will be done?
I think our list is about 1 page long now, and so we have things that we have to get done. Frank can probably give you a little bit more update on some of those things.
On that letter you signed, they put a date that it wouldn't go past June 30th. That's what they're saying.
What was that again?
They submitted a letter to the state auditor, and it said on it that it wouldn't go past June 30th.
Oh, okay. You said it would.
That's
Yeah.
that was our regular audit or our special audit?
Special.
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 That moves us on to I, 2017 Remaining Bond Funds Project.
We had several meetings with community members and staff, and we came up with projects for the remaining money in our 2017 bond funds. So the attached list, we've gotten requisitions for all of these, and some of them have already gotten started. So we hope to have all of these done by June 30th. There's 2 that may take a little bit longer. Those are the camera systems. So we've requested an approval to go into July for those, and we haven't heard back yet.
So question, the architects for the school building over at the gym over at Central Elementary, are we still under contract with them, or how does that work?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. Frank, do you know anything about that?
No, I'm not familiar with that project.
I think we got the plans. I don't know that there's anything more with them. We've gotten the written plans.
But we're not going forward with that project.
No.
No.
I mean,
So what, we should terminate then that agreement.
I can make sure that's done.
That's
Yeah.
DOT project status.
I have a handout for everyone. So I received an initial letter back. for our acceptance of the road project. This is the central elementary or central drainage project that we resubmitted. So our share is pretty low.
I have a question. It says that it's going to be to install the 2-inch, oh, that says 2 foot. Is that supposed to be 2-inch line to improve the drainage? And shouldn't it be a 4-inch line?
I'm not sure. I'm sure I can find out.
Okay.
Mr. Kinnon submitted this.
Yeah.
It says 2-inch on one of them and it says 2 feet on the other one, but
Yep.
I think it means 2 inches.
And I believe it's supposed to be 4 inches. Because the initial design was 2 inches, then it was brought up that it would cost, it'd be almost cost prohibitive if it was insufficient to make it 4 inches, so it was better to do it now.
Let me find out more about this.
Okay.
Well, and can this be changed? Because the DOT is stating the scope of work. And then do we need to still do the environmental inspection or what's it called? The environmental
Impact.
impact?
This is a state requirement for having this. I don't know if there can be any determination to say that it shouldn't be done. It is for itself a remediation for the drainage to ensure that the drainage doesn't impact the community, like flooding the streets or anything else like that, that the drainage will go directly to the sewer.
I'll find out
Okay.
more about the next steps in the process. I really haven't focused on this too much lately.
Okay, thank you.
That moves us on to Family Center.
So part of our reorganization is to have a coordinator of family engagement. So we're going to use one of the portable buildings out back. We've already cleaned it up and it will have resources and materials for families in our community. Clothing, food. We're going to be partnering with the Commons. They would like to also use one of the buildings in the back also for their food distribution. So I'll be giving you more information about that, but I just wanted to kind of update you that we were planning to do that with resources and support for families. So the coordinator of family engagement will man the family center and then also have materials and resources and training there for families.
That moves us on to 11, staff contracts.
So we're hoping to have the staff contracts out within the next 2 weeks. We did have a few roadblocks that we talked about today in our finance committee meeting that we need to resolve before we do that, but hopefully we'll get that done on Monday at a special meeting and we can move forward with getting all the staff members their contracts within the next 2 weeks.
Infrastructure upgrades.
So both Hurley and Snell had their infrastructure upgraded recently by Callian. Just wanted to report that that was done about 2 weeks ago.
And what was that?
Their infrastructure, their technology infrastructure
It was
is upgraded.
okay, to higher speed, more.
That I don't know. That's out of my area.
Okay,
I just wanted to update you and let you know that that was happening. That happened.
Moves us on to N, San Lorenzo Elementary water.
So there's a few pages in, I think there's 5 pages in your packet. We were contacted that the water at San Lorenzo Elementary has just a hair too much arsenic in it, which is something common when you have wells. So we had a meeting last week, and we're gonna have another meeting tomorrow to come up with some strategies on how to fix that. It's happened after last three tests have shown just a little bit more. As you can see on there, it's just a little bit more, 0.0010 compared to 0.012. So we'll be meeting with them again tomorrow. We've been using bottled water for the students to drink and gallons of water in the kitchen until we can get it resolved completely.
Is the focus to create a permanent solution for this in terms of?
Yes, yes.
Good.
We've looked at some filters and things, and we just have to get approval for all of that.
Thank you.
And we may need to hire an engineer to do it actually too.
Is there a timeline for the filters?
Well, we have to use just the right one. There's gonna be more people involved in the meeting tomorrow, so we'll find out more tomorrow.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay. Fundraising.
So in your packet are some fundraising forms. It looks like the History Day Nationals and the Skills USA Nationals are doing some fundraising. As I mentioned, we are going to help them with part of their fees. I'll be meeting with both groups this week to kind of determine how much money they need.
Any other questions about the fundraisers? No? Okay. Okay, that moves us on to 7 new business, A spring budget conference report.
So I mentioned the capital outlay information. Also, what could be tied with that capital outlay is a teacher housing program. They recommended that that would be something that we could do. I'm going to talk to them more about that. There's a lot more funding this year for things like that. Also, there's more money for roofs. In fact, several of our buildings, Hurley, Bayard, Snell, and San Lorenzo would probably qualify to apply for new roofs also with this funding. And also fire alarms, which are pretty expensive. So I did talk to them today about this, and they're going to get me more information about applying. But that was one of the things that I got out of the conference, the funding that's available this year. Mr. Vita, did you want to report?
No, it's on. Okay. Yes, I thought we were going to start with a motivational message when we went our first session, and it was instructional hours. I think that was the whole, I'm trying to think of the word. The whole conference was surrounded by the instructional hours and how to complete the template. So before even saying hello, we went straight into instructional hours. I think Gilbert can attest to that. There was no motivational message at all. It was all about instructional hours. And then right after that, then I went into another section on instructional hours as well, so we can finish the template. And so we uploaded it in the system, and we're waiting on approval from PED at this point, but it had to be uploaded last week, the day after I think we attended the session. After that, I went to a session on out of school time. And that was really interesting because if you do the K-12 plus, they expect us to do out of school time. And out of school time is, of course, tutoring. And we do that now. We tutor kiddos now. But if we tutor 8 hours, that will count as an additional day towards instructional days, which will generate more funds. But one of the stipulations is you must tutor for 2 hours. It's not an hour anymore. It's 2 hours. So it makes for a long day. But if you go over 175 days, you will not get the funds. Okay. So what we did is I turned in and operate a calendar, out of school time calendar, and we'll start our tutoring in October, and we will end in at the end of March. And we must offer it to all students and provide a snack and transportation as well. And again, every 2 hours, every 8 hours generates 1 day. So if I did my calculations correctly, we would be going, I think it's 173 days, because we don't want to go over 175, or we will not get funding for that. And let's see, I went to a lot of them, and a lot of them were in regards to Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV. And I'm glad I did, because that's new to me. I'm new to that part. And so I came back to work, and I think I'm almost done creating all the titles. And I can't imagine being able to do that without going to this budget conference. Also, we have an ed plan that's due. It's a pretty big deal. It's a really big deal. And I went to that one as well. And of course, we were the first. So what you have to do is you turn them in, a group at a time. And of course, we're the first school district that's due. And we're due, I think, Wednesday, maybe. So our ed plan was the first group due. And so that's what I've been working on since I returned, was the ed plan and the Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV. And I think that's it for me.
I also attended that conference, and the difference between that versus the School Board Association conference is just remarkable. It's very substantive. It has a lot more hands-on. It has very concrete things, not soft data. But I went to that workshop related to the education plans being submitted in concert with the budget. And so that would mean our budget is also due Wednesday? Okay.
It's close, yeah. I mean, they would like it to be due at the same time. So I know Frank there's 33 sections to be turned in on the ed plan, and we have 4 more to go, and it's in relation to money.
And this year, it's probably not where we would like to have the education plan be the driver for the allocations made in our budget. But next year, we definitely know that the comprehensive nature of an education plan is something, is a concept that I haven't heard discussed at this board meeting at this district thus far. So I'm really looking forward to next year and and continue to monitoring the education plan. There was other things that I learned, that the substantive reporting on attendance and the interactions that have to happen when there's excessive absences, and those players, those players that are involved in that is something that I think is an area that we have a lot of room for improvement. And lastly, the one that I got the most excitement about was the innovations one. There's $40 million of money that's available for school districts for application to integrate the career and college curriculum into a program for the schools. And it's a very dynamic method of doing this. There's no set criteria other than just some preliminary ones, but it's really up to the schools to establish that dynamic in the classrooms and in the schools, as well as in the community. And we've talked about a lot of the things that would make us a very viable applicant for that, including establishing internships with businesses and having students have a resume
when they graduate from college, as well as probably certifications, including that of college, like an associate's program or a technical welding program, electrical program, that kind of things. And so there is the application process is that we have to submit a request for application by the 30th. And then they have an assessment, which is going to be done similar to the, what is that television show?
Presentations on the 15th of May.
Yeah, what is
Shark
that called though?
You took my next line on here. That's
Sorry.
okay, though.
Sorry, Shark Tank.
Shark Tank.
It's supposed to be
So
a
your
Shark Tank
pitch, your
scenario
pitch.
where you make a presentation in that manner. And it's going to be the basis for judging the application. So it is a real good opportunity, and it is consistent with what we're talking about in career pathways. And even lends it, and it's focused on high school, but I believe that our emphasis is from beginning to all the way through high school for career planning. So I look forward to seeing that project go forward.
Thank you. So that leads us to B, application for innovation zone grant.
Oops.
Mr. Guadiana pretty much summarized it. It's, the initial letter is due April 30th, so we'll be working on that. The funding is for college and career pathways, work-based learning. This is all from House Bill 2, which is $40 million, which Mr. Guadiana mentioned also. For next generation, CTE, innovation zone, and workforce learning. So we'll definitely apply for that, and the presentation will be on the 15th of May.
Okay, thank you.
There are 8 schools that have already been established prior to this. So this is one of the first rollouts after the initial designations of those zones. And Silver City is one of them. So that also gives us another opportunity to partner with an established innovations grant, funding source.
That moves us on to 8, public input, items of concern. Do we
Sure.
have anyone here?
Dr. De Leon is going to make a statement for me.
Okay. Dr. De Leon, you have 5 minutes to get you.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Madam Board President and members of the board. I am making the statement for public comments at Cobre Consolidated School District Board meeting on behalf of my client, Dr. Jeff Spalletta, Cobre Superintendent. Board, and community, Dr. Jeff Spalletta was hired by the Cobre Consolidated School District as a transitional administrator on June 2nd, 2022, and was formally hired as a superintendent on July 1st, 2022. His employment as the leader of Cobre schools came at a very turbulent time for the district. In April 2022, the then sitting Cobre board president and vice president were both facing a recall election due to multiple issues of malfeasance and misfeasance in office involving financial matters of the district and violations of their oath of office for numerous breaches of local and state ethical policies. The investigations into these allegations were only suspended because both elected officials resigned from their office before formal proceedings began in mid-July of 2022. After an intensive superintendent search, the board selected Dr. Spalletta to lead Cobre during this hectic and unprecedented time due to his experience as a turnaround leader. Dr. Spalletta was charged by the Cobre board to organize and direct a transitional 120-day plan to steer the district back into compliance with local and state policies. Further, the board hired Dr. Spalletta to analyze all levels of the district in order to reinstate accountability for the staff and personnel hired to serve Cobre students and families. Lastly, the superintendent was directed by the board to responsibly evaluate all district resources in order to maximize their effectiveness to meet district educational and safety goals. Dr. Spalletta's continual commitment to Cobre included communicating all expectations to the Cobre community via several public meetings, school staff meetings, and student forums. During a board retreat on December 10th, 2022, Dr. Spalletta publicized his vision as he presented the outcomes of his 120-day entry plan. Dr. Spalletta's meetings during his first 120 days with the board members, school staff, students, parents, and community leaders uncovered many serious issues that had persisted at Cobre prior to his tenure. These included serious financial audit problems, inappropriate relationships between staff, students, including assaults, lack of accountability at multiple levels, lack of curriculum implementation, lack of supplies or support for teachers across the district, bullying by students and teachers, Title IX issues, staff attendance problems, multiple fire code violations, unsafe and poorly maintained buses, questionable employment practices, including unjustified salary raises by district executives. These practices went unchecked by prior district and board leadership and led to systemic misconduct and mismanagement. On December 12th, 2022, after presenting his findings to the board at their retreat, the board insisted that Dr. Spalletta make a public statement at the board meeting detailing his findings from the 120-day plan. The superintendent was asked to specify names of positions contributing to the unethical behavior occurring at Cobre. Within days of doing so, staff from Cobre retaliated by spreading false claims and filing unprovoked grievances against Dr. Spalletta. One staff member retaliated by making false claims that the superintendent physically assaulted her on district grounds. This egregious claim was investigated with due speed by the state police and closed due to not finding any merit or supporting evidence to corroborate the employee's claim. Another employee retaliated by claiming that Dr. Spalletta changed her contract and harassed her. A third employee retaliated by filing a grievance with the board, making false allegations of workplace harassment. All three of these employees were also disgruntled employees that the district had historically been overcompensating for their underperformance and lack of credentials. All separate investigation reports conducted fully by independent investigators showed that Dr. Spalletta has fully implemented local policy and both state and federal expectations as mandated by law. The unfounded allegations and lies by these disgruntled former employees have cost Cobre taxpayers money, time, and resources. Ultimately, the time has been stolen from Cobre students as the superintendent's focus was taken away from the most important task, which involves leading the improvement of Cobre student achievement and advocating for opportunities for Cobre students and community. Dr. Spalletta was reinstated by the board on January 31, 2023, after multiple investigations found there was no evidence supporting any of the allegations that were made against him. On March 27, 2023, after the Cobre board's executive session, the board issued separate letters stating that those investigations had been concluded and that neither of the claims for harassment, discrimination, or retaliation were substantiated by any of the investigators and that no relief was to be granted to any of the complainants. Up to this point, Dr. Spalletta has been fully exonerated from the false claims made against him. Throughout the process, Dr. Spalletta maintained that all his actions followed his duties and responsibilities as a superintendent and were made after conferring with his board. Yet all these claims have come with a cost. These false allegations have cost the superintendent and district time and money that required funding for multiple investigations, legal fees, lost grant opportunities for Cobre due to the mayhem triggered by these disgruntled former employees. Lastly, Cobre lost over $200,000 earlier this month that was previously earmarked by state officials for the safety and security of Cobre schools because the state believes that the district is not in control of its affairs. Nevertheless, the superintendent and board are committed to moving the district forward by supporting students, teachers, and staff. In response, Dr. Spalletta has been actively recruiting new staff and personnel who are eager to make a difference for Cobre students and the community. At this time, over 100 stakeholders have come together to work on the strategic plan and have fully participated in meetings to help best align bond funds to district needs. Dr. Spalletta has received a positive evaluation from his board for the work he was able to complete this year despite the distractions. With the board's unwavering support, Dr. Spalletta remains steadfast and undeterred in his commitment to implement the vision he was hired to lead, will continue to work hard as a turnaround leader to improve the educational outcomes for Cobre students at all levels, and will expect the best from himself and his staff to get the best for the Cobre community. He is honored to serve. Thank you, Madam Board President and members of the board. We appreciate this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Delia.
Thank you.
Do we have any further public input? No? Okay. That moves us on to item 9, executive session. We have a lot. Executive session notice is hereby given so that the Board of Education of the Cobre School District will meet in executive session for the following purpose. 1, limited personnel matters as permitted under Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, specifically so that the board can discuss and legal counsel can advise regarding finalized investigation of external complaint against the superintendent. 2, limited personnel matters as permitted under Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, specifically so that the board can discuss and legal counsel can advise regarding community concerns about the superintendent. 3, limited personnel matters as permitted under Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, specifically so that the board can discuss and legal counsel can advise regarding superintendent's request for redacted investigation reports regarding investigations into complaints against the superintendent. 4, limited personnel matters as permitted under Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, specifically so that the board can discuss and legal counsel to advise regarding post-grievance, post-investigation, evaluation feedback to the superintendent, including superintendent's request for reimbursement of personal legal fees under 622 6.20.2.23b NMAC, limited personnel matters as permitted under Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, specifically for the board to discuss with the superintendent post-grievance, post-investigation, evaluation feedback. And 6, limited personnel matters as permitted under Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Being an open session. At the conclusion of the executive session, this is a statement affirming that no action was taken in an executive session and that discussions were limited to personnel matters. Motion.
Madam President, I move that we reconvene in open session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Secretary Terrazas,
Yes.
Mr. Guadiana,
Yes.
myself, yes. Vice President Begay,
Yes.
and Ms. Dean.
Yes.
Okay, we are now back in open session at 9:04 p.m. That leads us to our action items on 11. Number 1,
Madam President, I move that we authorize the board president to issue written post-investigation finding to external complainants and recipients regarding complaint against the superintendent.
there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. Number 2,
Madam President, I move that we authorize the board president to work with legal counsel to provide the superintendent with redacted versions of the investigation reports.
okay, there's a motion.
Second.
A second. Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, 2 to 3. Motion does not pass. Okay, that moves us on to number 3.
Madam President, I move that we pay superintendent's reasonable personal legal fees as determined by the board upon receipt of further itemized fee statement.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, Guadiana second. Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Aye. Motion passes. Okay. Number 4,
Madam President, I move that we authorize issuing written evaluation feedback, including directives, if any, to the superintendent as discussed in executive session.
we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
I'd like to bring up a point of order.
Mhm.
I misunderstood the second, actually it was third, because the one that we have under number 2, that authorized the president of the board to work with legal counsel to provide the superintendent redacted versions of the investigative reports. I misunderstood how it was read, and I want to make my record as no to that.
Okay,
And I claim the same. I misunderstood it.
okay. So 5, no. And that the motion still does not pass. It stays
Yes.
so there. we go. Okay,
And then I guess point of order as well is on number 3, Vice President Begay did change the language within number 3.
Mhm.
And so just that it's noted that it was changed from what was stated.
right. We added further.
Yes.
Mhm. Thank you. Okay, that moves us to adjournment.
I'll move for adjournment.
Okay, there's a second. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion is, or meeting is adjourned at 9:08 p.m.
It actually ends with the second.
Actually, you have to take a
you.